Oh, hey. Damn, I forgot to make like a chili Sunday thumbnail. Actually, I just kind of realized. It's fine. We're still gonna play it. It's gonna be a chili Sunday. A little bit. Dude, like I had like for breakfast a burger. Actually, it was like pretty mediocre, but you know what it is? It's like I kind of enjoyed that it was a burger. Actually, like don't get me wrong, it was probably the like the worst burger I've ever eaten in my entire life. But part of me was like, but it's a burger, and I kind of was craving for a burger. I was like, okay, yeah, I mean, not gonna complain too much about it, I guess. You know, at least I ate a burger and not something else that I didn't want to eat, which was kind of like, I mean, yeah, sure. Not the ideal, but it's a burger, so I'll eat it or something. So yeah, that's kind of like the funny thing about it, basically. Yeah. Dude, yeah, it's kind of weird actually. A lot of things like really sometimes hit you at once, sometimes, and it's mostly because like, I don't know, I want to say that I've said it before, where it's like contrast, basically. It's like, life is terrible when the contrast of how bad things can be is nothing, basically. If you've had the same day of your life every single day, you'll think that your life is terrible, as comfortable as it is, basically. So, in a sense, actually, if you think about it, basically... Oh, dude, by the way. Hello. Yeah. It's like, if you think about it, it's like, most of the time, when it comes to, like, philosophy in general, really, it's like, contrast is the biggest, like, explanation as to how you enjoy life, basically, really, sometimes. It's like, if you've seen how terrible life can be, and you go back from it, and you're like, hey, this was a terrible burger, I didn't really enjoy it, and you still enjoyed it in one way or the other, you're kind of like, huh, you know, that burger kind of made me really appreciate it. It wasn't perfect, it was pretty bad, but it was kind of okay. It was like, I mean, I don't know, basically. I don't know, it's kind of weird, actually. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, yeah, basically. It's like, there's something that wealth will never be able to give you, and most of the time, that is the thing, basically. That is like the contrast that you get out of a situation, basically. And in a sense, it's like a lot of rich people will be like, dude, I'm like too full of myself. I don't have anything to worry about. Why am I sad and feel dead inside? I was like, yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like probably because you had a cushy life or something. And until you've had like a really, really bad situation happen to you, you don't appreciate any good time that you have, basically. You don't appreciate the relaxations that you got out of like something very simple, basically. So, in a sense, in a position of the economy that you are, I think it's very important to sometimes venture life, and I wouldn't necessarily say treat it like an adventure, but yeah, sometimes treat it like an adventure, and say, okay, well, sure, I mean, I've discovered that things are not exactly as they thought that they were, basically, and they're like outside of the wizard tower, basically. It was like, I mean, yeah, it was kind of right, alright, or oh, it's worse than I thought. And sometimes that gives you a little bit of perspective, basically. And that's the thing most of the time. It's just, It's all about perspective, if anything. That's why it's like, I think that the greatest artists have the most perspectives in life as well. And the dangerous part about it sometimes is that they sometimes lose themselves in the sauce because they think that because they know the most perspectives, they are right about everything. When in reality, it's just like, no, you just happen to find different perspectives in a particular given time. It doesn't mean that you know everything. It just knows that you know a few perspectives, basically. And that is the reality of it. Is there something to be proud about in that situation? Obviously, yeah, sure. Be proud that you have different perspectives about life, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're omnipotent over every outcome that will be or will happen in life, basically, or in any situation, basically, because life is a moment in time. Every life is a moment in time. Every life has multiple variables that makes the ultimate outcome be the most satisfying one for the one beholding the situation. And anyone that looks from above will look at anyone who below and see how miserable or how animalistic or how anything you want to claim to be, because they know better, basically. But it's just a matter of fact that it's the restraint that they have at a particular given time. They just have a limitation of the perspective. And if that limitation of perspective is a safe haven for everything, anything opposing it will be a threat. Anything claiming to be truth will be a threat, basically. Anything will be a threat at that point. It's like, if you think about it like that, well, every family is a little universe, basically, if you think about it. Every family is a little small universe. A universe of lessons that they've taught you and they've been learned in some way or another, basically. So maybe they understand the opinion that you're saying. And they say, you're stupid because I've seen everything that you've said and the outcome has been abysmal. And it's like, yeah, sure, but that's your perspective. In my perspective, everyone is kind of struggling and trying to like carry themselves around. And it's like, yeah, sure, but there are terrible things that come out of it. And it's like, okay, well then, are you gonna be the solution to everything? No. Are you? No. So why are we trying to save people out of like their own little situations? You're not gonna save them. I'm not gonna save them. Who the fuck is gonna save them? It's like, yeah, nobody. More often than not, nobody will be the savior of anyone. They have to venture life, and until we find that fine line where we actually have some sort of agreement in which we can actually live life, that's when we are finally able to like have a conversation about anything. That's when we actually get to build things. That's when everything gets done, basically. When we stop putting buts about everything, we just start building things, and that's when things advance, basically. Really. But one thing to understand as well is, yeah, I mean, doesn't mean that they're going to be right or wrong about something. There's like, yeah, somebody's going to be right and wrong at some point, basically. And being wrong hurts, so it's being right sometimes. And does that mean that you will be afraid of being right or wrong about something? Well, it just means that you just kind of have to like accept that no matter what, your actions will have some kind of like how do I put it? Your actions will have some kind of weight and carriage towards anything, basically. And it's like, yeah, I mean, sometimes you will not be completely happy about whatever the hell is happening. You won't be completely happy about it. But as long as there's some level of awareness over a situation, that's when things start moving as well. It's like, be aware that this situation is happening, right? Okay. So, if you are not dismissive about it and you're like, okay, yeah, maybe here's the thing, the human condition makes us like act in a particular way, definitely. There's chaos everywhere, entropy, something, and the boiling point of a human being, sometimes it just happens due to things outside of our control. And therefore, not that everything needs to be like cleansed, but as long as there's some existence within us and some, should I say, not necessarily kindness, but should I say willfulness to keep building, willfulness to get your hands into the mass of the engine, basically, then yeah, I mean, that's a more positive outcome, instead of just saying, well, you're wrong, therefore you will forever be wrong about something. Because at that point, the only thing that you're doing is just creating like people chained to ideas that aren't necessarily ideas that they will forever believe, basically. So yeah, I mean, oh, hello, cadmium. That's what I need. So yeah, I mean, so yeah, it just doesn't necessarily mean that everyone will be right about something, and nobody will like you eternally. That's just another thing that I've come to accept at some point. Basically, there's gonna be some point in time where people won't like you, or they just won't accept you, or whatever. But the meaning that you get out of another person is just that, yeah, well, you're there for them and they're there for you, and that's the only thing that matters sometimes as well. So yeah, it's kind of weird, basically. Like, it's a complex thing altogether. Cadmium. Okay, cool. And sometimes it's the only thing that is important, basically. Well, maybe not the only thing that is important, but one of the most valuable aspects to things, basically. Okay, ooh, damn. What the shit is this, actually? Okay. Okay. Armored clam. Vigilant stone. Dioxide. What is that even? Damn, that's a lot of fish. Okay. And it's like, you sometimes... Okay, here's the thing. You don't need to force a lesson in a lot of ways, basically. It's kind of weird, and I guess in itself it's kind of a lesson in its own way, kind of. It's like... Sometimes people just say things because they want to look smart, really. And, yeah, it's just... Sometimes the lesson to be learned is momentarily, and it only works in a moment in time. Really. It's a momentarily solution, really. When an engine breaks, there's going to be a momentary solution towards that engine, really. And not every breakthrough of an engine will be the same, really. Maybe the only thing that you have to do is just, I don't know, just like restart the engine, and maybe that works or something. That's really what it is, basically. Like, sometimes there's no wisdom to be found and just enjoyment out of something. Okay, this is what I just mined, right? Okay. So that's the other one. Cool. Okay, cadmium. Okay. Dioxide. Man, he's thick, actually. He really is thick. Yeah, I mean... Oh, the Mind Arc. I need a living pearl. Okay. Wait, if I need a living pearl... Don't they have like a bunch of them? I'm pretty sure that I do. Armored clam. Okay. Construct the soul engine. Okay. And the mind arc. Target outside local system. Did I just get hurt by this thing? Probably. Okay. Okay, we can get some glass, I think. It's a suit. The glass. Okay. But it's kind of like, I guess it's addiction, really. It's like you can get addicted to freaking everything. You can get addicted to the feeling that you're the smartest person in the room. The same way that you can get addicted with drinking piss, basically. How does that happen? I don't know, but it can happen. And you know what? Sure. I mean, if it can happen, it will happen, basically. And a lot of people think that it's stupid as hell. Okay, mind arc. Okay. Find Artemis at the Holo Terminus. Target outside local system. Consult galaxy map. Okay. I guess I can try to get a little bit more cadmium. If anything. Yeah. Salt dioxide. Ah, fuck it. Yeah, well, you got a bullet. Okay, cool. Hazardous flora. Okay, there's cadmium over there. Cool. Yeah. No fuel.
Technology recharge.
There we go. Where's the cadmium? There it is. Man, this is a tiny, like, deposit of cadmium. It's supposed to be this tiny. Wow.
Ground protection falling.
Okay, okay, that's more cadmium. Where's my ship? Okay. There's no cadmium here. What the shit? Okay. Cool. I mean... I guess that was... I got baited. Damn. Okay, well, you're gonna get shot. Okay, cool.
Ground protection falling.
Yeah, I guess. We go there. Wait, is this the place where I just landed? Yes, I think it is. It might not be. No, it is. Okay. Fuck. The fuck are these, actually? Okay, what is this? What is this glowing thing? Frozen tubers. Okay. Frost crystal. I think I need a frost crystal for something, but I don't remember what exactly. But I guess I better take every single one of them. Okay.
Ground protection falling.
Also bad. Ouch. Cool.
Unit
Okay, cool. Hey, how much cadmium do I have on me? 300. Okay, we can, I guess we can do us, like, a lot. Basically, oh wait. I can do a lot of upgrades, actually. Wait. Oh, I can make an Atlas Pass V2.
Ground protection falling.
Okay. If that is the case, I guess I got it. Cool. Oh yeah, I guess the only like emphasis that I want to make basically is just that, like, in some ways, me personally, I've kind of like considered like a lot of like situations basically where it's just like, I mean, human bonds are kind of like weird to get rid of basically, you know? It's like, no matter what, there's always going to be some kind of remnant of that human bond that will make you like hate life or love life, basically. Right? It's like, no matter what, that's gonna happen in some way or another, basically. And it's like, sometimes the only thing that you cannot be a people pleaser because like, you cannot like be like, hey, this is what I want to live or whatever, because I need to preserve every single human bond that I've ever went through in my entire life. And it's like, yeah, that's the thing. It's kind of impossible to do. So sometimes it's like the optimistic side of me is like, yeah, that'd be in the perfect world. That'd be great, actually, right? Whereas like, oh, I had a human bond that I need to preserve. Therefore, I need to reinstate every bit of it that was like before, basically, right? I was like, yeah, well, that's the thing, is like, it's not gonna be the same. So the human bond is kind of like has changed in some way or another, basically. Is it gonna be like different? Definitely. Like, I feel like that's kind of a given that it's gonna be different no matter what. Basically, just because of that. And it's like, sometimes it's like there's nothing you can do about it, basically. Because sometimes the nature of that human bond was like a little bit devoted in some aspects. Really, and it's like when it comes to devotion, it's kind of like, it's kind of like really toxic sometimes, basically. And it's like once you kind of like evolve through that, then you kind of learn that it's like, yeah, being devoted is kind of like really stupid, because it means that your insecurity makes you push yourself into being constantly looking for approval for another person, right? And it's like, in some sense, if there's a constant fear that you need approval of another person, it just means that there's like something that you just saw and that you didn't necessarily like about that person, basically. So the only reason why you kind of keep pushing that human bond to be a little bit submissive towards that is because you know that subconsciously there's that aspect within you that is like, yeah, I really appreciate this human bond, but subconsciously there's something that is telling me that there's something wrong, basically. That there's something wrong there. And it's like, yeah, that's kind of like the weird thing when it comes to like submissiveness and the response that another person gives you in a different situation, basically. So in a sense, it's just like, yeah, once you kind of learn that human bonds kind of have like different layers and that they feel different depending on the stage that you're in, you kind of like understand that. I guess you can say that you mature a little bit, because you kind of like understand that it's like, physically, there's always temptation, right? But emotionally, there's always like layers of maturity that you go through, basically, because you kind of like, there's some aspect of respect, there's something beyond just liking another person, and there's levels which is like trust. And it's like, if there's gonna be like trust issues every single time, it's just kind of like the thing that kind of like drives you nuts a little bit, because it's like, yeah, I don't trust this person, so therefore I'm gonna do something on my own, basically, right? Like, and that kind of like, in a sense, I feel like that affects any relationship that moving forward. And the person, and any kind of person that kind of doesn't understand that layer of like a bond maturity, kind of is stuck in that sense, that is like, yeah, well, I'm just wanting to feel alive, okay? And it's like, that is the initial state in which an emotional bond is created, right? That is the initial stage in which you fall in love with a person. And if you don't move beyond that, it just becomes a nightmare to deal with, because you're constantly dealing with someone that has a constant insecurity about having trust issues, basically. And it's like, in its own way, like, having trust issues is normal. I think everybody in this planet has trust issues. But when you bring them up on every single bit of the situation, sometimes you make other people insecure about it. Even sometimes you kind of it becomes infectious, because it's like, okay, you have trust issues, then I suddenly have trust issues. Like, because I'm sharing exactly the same bond, that you're feeding me the exact same aura that you're feeding me. There's like, okay, there's a constant drive to have that aspect that we need to feed towards it, and in order for us to continue being happy, we need to continue being in that ecstasy of the first stage of love in some way. And it's like, in some sense, that's the sense of emotional immaturity, I think. In order for you to evolve and have some sense of emotional maturity, there needs to be some space of bonding that is beyond pleasure, that is more of just enjoying the moment that you're spending with that person, basically. You don't need to do anything, you're just enjoying the moment with a person, and that's it. And it's like, I think that kind of like mentality happens to every single individual that does not have any dating experience, basically, because they don't know what love is in some aspects, and they don't learn until somebody gives them love out of the kindness of their hearts, basically. And it's like, that's one of those things that kind of like, I think, gets learned with time, whenever you spend time with a person. And it's like, even as me as a person, sometimes I know for a fact that I was in that stage where I needed to have some kind of like constant validation that there's something good happening, basically. That I need to be as entertaining and funny as possible in order for me to kind of have that validation towards another person, really. So, in a sense, it's kind of like, in order for one to have like a good human bond, in a way, you kind of do need to have that level of reflection about it, and not having that kind of like spiteful mentality about, well, fuck you in particular, because like, if you keep going through life saying fuck you in particular to anything that goes wrong against you, or that anything that goes wrong in your life, people will say fuck you in particular as well, constantly. People will say that you're toxic, and even sometimes imitates your toxicity, because that's the thing that you're feeding into people. And it's like, people who are inexperienced see your toxicity, and it's like, I guess in order for me to bond with this person, I need to be just as toxic as well. I need to say, hey, fuck you, this guy sucks dick, constantly. hey, let's fucking like punch him in the gut or like get his lunch money or whatever the fuck. And it's like, in some sense, that is kind of like some layer of emotional immaturity that is forever stuck in one place and keeps getting validated just because people really enjoy that immaturity out of you, because it reminds them of of the core of authenticity of true happiness in its own way. And it's like, yeah, I mean, that is, in some sense, it is true happiness because you'll experience it, but that true happiness in its own way has to evolve towards something else, really. So I'm not saying that every single individual out there in the world is like immature and needs to mature in order for them to have like a healthy relationship, but what I'm saying is every single person in this world that doesn't have experience dating, or that has, or the experience that they have in dating only goes on the surface level, goes on that direction every time, and the only validation that they get is just the happiness, the temporary happiness of the first encounter and the pleasurable encounters that come from it, basically. And if you think about it like that, it's like, well, if maturity exists, why doesn't a lot of people just have it? And to that, the answer is, well, because most people just want to feel like they're free. Most people want to feel like they're free and they can experience everything that is around them, basically. It's like that insecurity to be like, oh, I'm missing out on this person. I'm missing out on this person. So, you know what? I had like a good time with this person, but like, you know, I think this relationship has its period of time, and there's a cool new person in the black that I need to experience, basically. And it's like, in that sense, sure, you're living life through the most hedonistic way possible, but not in a hedonistic emotional state, because having a level of hedonism towards an emotional state means for you to sit down and enjoy just being there, actually. And it's like, whenever there, and because we're living in a world that is constant validation through social media, a lot of like the social bonds that happen are always on the first stage, and that's the only thing that we kind of get through the entire like timeline, basically. So yeah, it's like, does maturing guarantee, having some level of emotional maturity guarantee that you'll be satisfied? Not always. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's always like that, because as far as I know, that's kind of like the stage that I wish to be, or that I wish to find. Like, I'm no wise man to know everything about how every relationship will develop, basically, because every single relationship dynamic, if you think about it, is a little bit different. Not every individual is going to behave the same with another person, basically. It's like, yeah, you're gonna have like this person and this person is gonna have like a spice, kind of like a different spice compared to if this person was another person, and so on and so on. But it's like, in a sense, that's why like a lot of like men nowadays, they're also unwilling to date, because a lot of women want to experience that first stage with multiple men, and men don't want to do that. Men don't want to do that. They want to be like, hey, okay, you've slept with so many men, okay, that's kind of weird. I mean, it's kind of like my first time having a date, and you've went through what? Like, I don't know, like, it doesn't make me happy about it. It just means that it just makes me feel uncomfortable because we're not on the same ship, basically. we're not on the same ship, we're on a different ship or whatever. And it's like the more men that are in her life, the more difficult it becomes for a man to even have any kind of opportunity to go towards it, basically. It doesn't mean that it's impossible, but it means that it just becomes way more difficult because the man just seeks that empathy, just seeks to be on the same ship as another woman, basically, really. So it's not that the man has to accept that a woman has dated with a lot of people and that she's the only option or whatever. Not necessarily. It's you cannot obligate another man to do that, basically. But what you can do is just be like, okay, just be observant. Just be like, hey, this relationship was kind of enjoyable, but there was something that just didn't fulfill me, or like, I don't know, something. And it's like that is kind of like the main core about it. That makes a lot of men insecure, basically, because it's like, yeah, well, I guess I just don't have what you want, so therefore, why should I like become even more vulnerable with you, basically? Why should I invest any more money if I know that you will be able to continue hurting me through the same idea that you keep pushing? Because that kind of is like the idea that keeps making like relationships even like degrade in some way, because it's like, okay, well, sure, I mean, like I've made myself vulnerable, but you keep like putting out the same harmful thing that makes me feel hurt and painful throughout it. So in some sense it's like, okay, well, maybe you just want to have fun, and maybe you just don't really want to have that deep conversation, basically, or that deep bonding of having some kind of emotional trust, basically. So yeah, that's the thing. And it's like, a lot of the times it's just like, from one perspective, it's gonna be like, hey, bullshit, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. No. But this is exactly what I'm speaking of, is the dynamic that happens after that situation. It's like, why did one side feel resentful? Why is the other one feeling even more resentful because of it? Because of the response. Why is there resentment? Why is there no understanding? What is happening? I was like, yeah, well, because the evidence keeps showing that there's trust issues still. There's still that trust issue that is blocking your path towards having a deeper bond with another person. Because it keeps happening, it keeps clashing, it keeps making another person insecure about it. Makes another person insecure, makes them even more emotionally vulnerable, makes them think that they're on the wrong, makes them think that there's nothing they can do in order for them to be happy. So, does that mean that what I'm saying is true to every single relationship? Not really. But it's valid within the relationship and the context that it's in. So, yeah, in a way, that's kind of like what I try to say in that kind of situation, basically. It's just, evolution of a relationship, like the evolution of a relationship, takes time. And if there's a constant insecurity pushing people away, then there's something to be worked on. And working on trust issues is probably like a good place to start, actually, I think. And it's like, just because you have trust issues doesn't mean that you cannot remove them. And just because you have trust issues doesn't mean that you will not get hurt, because it will hurt, actually, if you trust another person and they kind of like betray you, or like they do something that you didn't really want, basically. But that's kind of like the thing, really, that comes into fruition, basically, when it comes to that kind of thing, where in order for you to kind of like have some level of attachment, you need to have that level of trust. You need to feel like you can trust that person. Because if you can trust that person, you can feel like you can do everything. You can feel like you can, I don't know, just go to a park, eat an ice cream. You can like trust them with picking up something off the store. You can trust them with taking your dog out on a walk. You can trust them with that kind of shit. So that's kind of the thing. And it's like, the thing is, like, a lot of like people surrounding you, they have their piece of wisdom because they have lived in a particular way. Isolating yourself from those people sometimes is not the right answer. It's partially to the answer sometimes, because you sometimes need to clear your mind and be like, okay, so who's living my life? Is it the person who is giving me the advice, or am I living my life? Okay, cool. Let's listen to what that person has told me, and I can be like, okay, they lived through a period of time in which their relationship worked in a particular way. And maybe there was some interest, and as far as you know, the relationship bloomed in some kind of circumstance. Okay, that's fine. Does that circumstance apply to you? Not necessarily, but it can be helpful sometimes to know when a situation can go bad. So, yeah, it's like once you kind of understand that that having enough data and having enough room for conversation and having enough room for trust over like other people makes you a little bit more aware of the bonds that you have around you, basically, and what you desire out of those bonds in particular. What do you want out of that kind of relationship? What do you want out of that, basically? So yeah, it's like, I'm not gonna be like the ultimate wise man about everything, because like I personally only know as far as I've gotten, basically. I only know of a game as far as I've gotten so far. Okay, what? Fungal, okay, copper, ammonia, sodium, nice. Parfanium and salt. So yeah, in a way, that's kind of like the thing, and it's like, yeah, exactly. It's very difficult for sometimes for our relationship to kind of like stabilize in that sense. And it's like when you're learning about having the right things to say, basically, it's like when you're in the first stage of trying to learn how to like understand and to say the right thing, sometimes the right thing isn't something nice to say, basically. Sometimes even the right thing to say is not say anything in a particular situation. Sometimes it kind of is like that. And it's like, if a relationship is like coveted in like anxiety, well, that's kind of the thing. You're never, if like there's some level of anxiety, there's not gonna, and fear of loss in some way, well, that's the thing. It just stops being pleasant. It just, you feel like you're competing over something, and it's like, sure, in that level of competition, it's kind of like the thing. Kind of like the thing where sometimes people just don't really have the outcome that they desire because it feels like a competition. So it's kind of weird though. Like, you know what's weird? It's like, from what I've experienced, basically, it's like, if you feel like relationships are a competition of who gets there first, more often than not, it's going to ruin it, because sometimes the competition is the fun part, basically. And it's like, just because there was some level of competition, it is going to ruin every aspect of bonding in a relationship, because it's always going to be like, hey, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this, I can do that, I can do this. And it's like, in a sense, in my own opinion, I'm not gonna say that this is absolute truth about relationships, but in my opinion, when it comes to any kind of relationship, if you're seeking any kind of competition, it's always going to turn out bad, because there's always going to be anxiety towards it, and there's not going to be a calm moment where you can actually enjoy the person that you're dealing with. And this is, on my opinion, I don't think that it's like the absolute truth about every relationship ever, because maybe there's like some kind of relationship out there that has done well with competition on place. But in my honest opinion, it's just like, whenever there's competition, it's when things go the most wrong, specifically, because people will say things and do things in order for them to outdo themselves. And sometimes whenever they outdo themselves, it isn't necessarily themselves to begin with, because you're not meaning the person, the real person. You're meaning the mask that is in front of you. You're meaning the mask of wealth, personality, charisma, and everything, in order for them to feel like they're better than the average person, to stand out. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing, I think, when it comes to relationships in general. I think it's if you think about it in the wild, that's kind of how it would work. But to have like a healthy relationship, I feel like you really don't need to feel like there's some competition. You need to feel like there is some level of understanding and empathy towards that person. And once you kind of realize that, and you set away the fact that it's a competition, it's when real bonding starts, I think. So yeah, it's kind of weird, really. Like, not everything is gonna be a competition. Not every in relationships, you're not gaming. In relationships, you're pursuing the feeling of comfortableness with another person. You're not competing. You're not gaming. You're pursuing that sense of calm and comfort, basically. As like, maybe there's gonna be relationships who work with competition and that kind of fires them up. Maybe there is. But I don't think that those relationships would last, because in a sense, they're always exposing the most deep flaws that is like the liar's mask at every aspect of their lives, basically. And it's like, sometimes that mask just gets exhausting to wear, and whenever the mask gets so exhausting to wear, it just falls off and disappointment happens, basically. Tune to Artemis, okay. Comforter, use Mind Arc. Activate the Mind Arc. I do not know what to expect. Some show of light and fury, some catharsis where Artemis emerges in the flesh, restored to life beneath my eyes. But it's not to be. One moment I see their hologram, and the next there is nothing. The stranger who gave me these blueprints beckons me over. Their signal is still active. Travelers are a dream, an idea that we have some special place in this universe. Artemis had it, you had it, Apollo too, though they would conceal it. Even I had this dream long ago. We're countless, my friend, walking these worlds yearning for friendship. No one wants to be alone, not truly. But the closer you get to others, the more you risk hurting yourself and hurting them. That's another thing, basically. Is like... That's kind of like the... That sometimes is like the funny part about it. And it's like... Whenever like the waters kind of calm down, basically, it's like you kind of realize that that aspect of competition was probably the thing that was pushing the relationship into ruin, basically. Because it's like if you feel like there's other people that are pursuing you and you feel like you're worth pursuing, people tend to want exactly the same thing that you wish to have. And in some sense, being desirable becomes kind of a curse, in a way. Being a very desirable person becomes the most cursed thing that you can go through, because it means that you have an endless world of possibilities with countless bonds that will want to get the same validation as the one that you're giving the most attention. And that is a spiked ball of hurt. That is, no matter what, the ultimate destruction of everything that you are a part of, basically. So, in a sense, like, that's kind of like... I don't think that I am the rightful guy to say that no suffering will ever happen to any person that wishes to be close with any other, because there will be some pain attached to it whenever these things happen. No matter what, there will always be pain attached to it. If you wish to, and especially if they're really desirable. It's just a thing that happens. So, what do you say to that situation, basically? Is like, you cannot be an absolute people pleaser, because if you ship this, you sell the 7 seas and you left a trail of hurt and blood and pain, well, that's just kind of like what happens, basically. I mean, literally, women kind of like leave a trail of blood every single month in some way or another. Now multiply that, like, now here's the thing, because women are more used to pain, men are not, and that's why sometimes women are emotionally stronger and can sometimes like overcome that kind of like situation. When men face pain, it is unbearable, basically. Emotional pain on a man is 20 times worse than a woman, because a woman has knowledge of has more knowledge of emotional pain due to the fact that they are dealing with their hormones constantly, every month, every time of the month. Men don't. Or should I say, the average man doesn't. The average man is safe within its own world, and unless they have hurt themselves in one way, physically or mentally, they will not know. And a lot of women will say, well, that's the thing, men are so vulnerable and so weak and they need to grow up and whatever. And it's like, in this era in particular, men are emotionally weak because people are always preserving the most important thing, and it's women. People who have experience have the compulsive necessity to protect other women from emotional harm constantly, and that gives them training. And does that mean that person is really experienced? Yes, it does. But for everybody else, they don't get that because they're men. Men don't get that same treatment that women do. Only a few men get that kind of experience where they understand the situation that the women are in, and they provide with the emotional comfort, and sometimes they get some benefits too. Like, let's be honest. And it's kind of like a meme that is like only the 1% of men get all the women. And it's like, yeah, because like most men just don't get the experience because they're the protectors. They're the protectors. They have harmed themselves to understand what is happening, either by experience or by experience, basically. They literally have learned through breaking bones and breaking emotions, basically. So yeah, and it's like men don't have that possibility. Men really don't. What does the modern man do? They play video games. They go into League. They say, "Oh, fuck you, fucking piece of shit, League player, fucking bullshit, fuck you." Because if they did that in the real world, people will treat them like people will treat men like an infection that must be contained, and only the responsible man gets to handle the situation. And what is the responsible man? The one who has gone through emotional pain. The man who has gone through emotional pain is the one who tends to be the most attractive, because women are more likely to be open to an attractive man. And that gives them the possibility to get training in its own way. And a lot of people will say, well, yeah, that's really unfair. Why don't women actually talk to me? It's just like, it's just that there's not enough possibilities for men to actually train that skill. There isn't. Especially because, like, society nowadays, they say, in order for you to be a competent man, you have to work hard, study hard, and get a stable job, get a stable income, have like a nice body, and have a personality. And in a world where men are put in check on every action that they do, that becomes even harder, because they're locked in their literal preservation, nature preservation, like, box, where the outsiders say, and it's like, hey, look at this autist. Hey, look at that autist. He doesn't know what, he's so silly. He doesn't know what is happening. Let's just give him some beta games. Let's just give him some Doritos and Mountain Dew, and he'll be happy. Like, don't worry about it. Oh, but don't let them get out of that cube, because like then they'll harm a woman. Okay? Yeah. Don't do that. Oh, princess. I am the shining knight of armor, and therefore I know what is best for you. And it's like, yeah, that's the thing, basically. You get a lot of these people that are trying to learn in some way or the other, and sometimes they do it in the most immature way possible, because that's what they know. They think that being cuddly is the answer towards everything, because they get positive feedback, and it's like, no, positive feedback isn't always the solution that you seek. It isn't always. Positive feedback does not equal social bond towards another individual. It doesn't. Positive feedback just means that person thinks that you're harmless. And sometimes they think that they can get anything out of you because you're harmless. So, yeah, in a way, it's like you can blame it a little bit on how society has reacted in the white knight mentality. But at the same time, it's because women keep reinforcing that because there's enough harmed women that want a white knight. And they become writers, and they write about all the fantasies that they want out of a man. And the fantasies that they want out of a man is a man that cannot exist due to the fact that the men who have all these skills have in some way or another had emotional experience. So it's kind of like work experience in the modern world, but in a relationship world. It's like, how do you expect me to have 5 years of experience on a programming language that just came out 2 years ago? How do you expect me to have emotional experience about everything that goes through your mind if the only thing that I know is anime titties, big anime titties? Like, what the fuck do you want me to know? Like, I'm being respectful. I think I know that I'm saying the right thing. Why am I getting shit on? I was like, nobody tells you the right solution because everybody's in a competition mode. It's like, this guy doesn't know. I don't know either, but because I'm competing, I'm just going to learn my own way. It's like, he's a little bit slow. I'm the one that has learned a little bit. And I get ahead. And it's like, okay, I got ahead. I got what I wanted. You know, this relationship isn't for me. I got enough experience. I think you're not the one. Let's move on to the other. And then the woman gets left alone. And she goes around seeking for someone. And they sometimes become an e-girl because the only way that they can actually get validation is through inexperienced men. And that woman becomes miserable because the inexperienced men keep saying the sweet little nothings into their ear, and just becomes the hole of emotional pain grows and grows and grows. So, in short, does it suck to be a woman in the modern era? It still does. Does men suck? It still does, but you kind of enjoy it. Well, men have to suck in some way in order for you to kind of understand what is going through a man's head? Yeah. Does it mean that you will have to go through emotional pain in order for you to understand a woman's mind? Yeah, pretty much. Is the idea of eliminating every aspect of human suffering the recipe for human inexperience? Partially, yeah, actually. Partially, that's kind of like a problem as well. So, I don't know what to tell you. It's like, that's mainly the thing. And that's why a lot of cultures sometimes preserve women as if they're like the most valuable thing in the house. Because sometimes a lot of men don't really want to deal with women that have gone through the heavens and back. They really don't. And it's like, there's literally thousands upon thousands of doujins of man and boy meets girl first love, and that happens because, oh, it's your first love and they get married and everything goes well. Oh, how sweet of that. And it's like, there's a reason why that is very popular. There's a reason why that exists. There's a reason why people treat women like fucking the most valuable thing in the entire universe. Really. There's a reason why women become really defensive. There's a reason why men don't know shit. There's a reason why human beings have this idealistic way of looking at things. There's a reason, and sadly, the emotional training is not enough. Because they're the most valuable. And if you have done harm to a woman, then I shall be the white knight that beheads this behemoth, and I shall be the one who claims the crown of being the Rizzler. You get what I'm saying? It's like you're playing Game of Thrones as a guy. You are. You're playing Game of Thrones. You're taking hands, you're taking hairs, you're crying, you're bitching, you're pissing. Nobody's going to give you social emotional comfort unless a woman actually gives you social comfort. And sometimes that's the only validation that you get in order for you to feel comfortable with someone. Because at least they have given you enough time and emotional support for you to feel actually complete. Is the common woman gonna do that? No, because their dads are gonna be like, hey, don't date this loser. This loser just keeps crying and shitting and pissing. He doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. Let him cry. They'll let him be an incel. There will be one guy that is worthy of you, and when that happens, I'll give my blessing. It's like some women just are stuck in that loop, and they're like, yeah, well, honey, I know that you want validation out of a man, but do you really need to open OnlyFans? It's like, that's not the kind of relationship that you need. But I want validation, daddy. Okay, yeah, dude, like, that's not the validation that you want, okay? Like, that's not the validation that you want. Like, I'm serious. Like, if anything, you're just giving me like high blood pressure. Daddy, I don't care. I'm gonna leave the house and I'm gonna open an OnlyFans, and there will be simps that will pay for my money, and eventually I will find my Prince Charming, even with my fucking OnlyFans streak, because that's how life works, Daddy, in the modern era. God, somebody take me out of this fucking miserable world. And it's like. And then then you have white knights. They're like, hey, princess, I got money. I'm an engineer. I'm a computer wizard. Yeah, you can check out my house. I got everything that a woman wants. And sometimes women who are desperate, they're willing to take a shot. Really. And sometimes they both win. Sometimes they lose. They lose really badly. And when a woman loses, she loses hard. Actually, she loses like really, really fucking hard. Yeah, when a man loses, it's like, yeah, well, we don't lose too much. Okay, yeah, sure. Until it really. Until if you feel like there's a deep bond, yeah, they feel like the world is gonna end and they feel like they want to die, and they become depressed for years, and sometimes they never recover out of it, because nobody is going to give attention to that sad loser that got dumped. Rarely, sometimes that's the opposing thing, but it's just kind of like that, really. It's just like the human interaction social meta is absolute bullshit. That's what I'm trying to say. For both sides, they have upsides and downsides, and more often than not, the women who are willing to give them attention and kind of some form of validation that they're worth something, sometimes they're fucking saints, right? And in some ways, I actually sometimes look at idol culture and I'm like, dude, that's like nice, actually. Like, I can survive with this sometimes. Sometimes I can survive with this, because if nobody gave me this, I wouldn't be able to survive. And in some ways, you can call them saints, and some other people call them whores. But depending on how you look at it and the position that you're in and your emotional understanding of things, basically. So, yeah, in short, what I'm trying to say is if you think about it, the social meta that we're living through in the social media sphere is bullshit as well. Because nobody's obligated to continue a bond. Nobody. It becomes harder to keep on a bond. People ghost you all the time. If you don't provide enough what the other person wants, they ghost you. This social media connection type of bullshit makes socializing worse. Right? So, yeah, that's the thing. Because you can have as much training as possible, but if that bond ghosts you, still, what's the point of continuing a bond? What's the point? So, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. That's kind of like the struggles that we live in this era of like social media in a way, basically. There's not enough training. The training that there is kind of shitty because people ghost you and there's no reason as to why you did something wrong. Women don't give you a reason that you did something wrong. They just leave and they just abandon you and they don't give you any reason. There's no information that your brain can process in order for you to understand that you did something wrong or you did something right. The only thing that you get is just a positive reinforcement that she's happy with you in this temporary moment. So and sometimes that's not enough. Sometimes you need to feel like that person is there for you and that person is willing to go through an extra mile with you. So, and sometimes that's very difficult to come back. It's very difficult to even prove. It's very difficult to even like certify. And it's very difficult to give the right answer towards that situation, basically. So, yeah, I mean, it's the condition that we live in that it makes it very difficult, I think, for like modern dating to be like presentable, basically, to have any kind of shape or form to be functional. Dating is bullshit. The same way that having a job nowadays is bullshit. Why? Because nepotism, slash, like, people are lying, slash, they're stuck in that competition mode, slash, they don't give you the right information because nobody's your friend. They're all competing, and you're the only one that is playing Animal Crossing sometimes. And sometimes men accept that it's like, you know what? Playing Animal Crossing is not that bad. Wearing pink? Hey, it's not that bad. Hey, I became a furry. Oh, that's not that bad. Oh, there's actually furry people that are actually into me. Hey, that's pretty good. Hey, what the fuck? Why is there a jar in front of me? Oh, God. Oh, well. Are kind of degenerate, but at least it's a social bond. Hey, maybe I'm kind of into this. And yeah, basically. And then that's kind of like the thing when it comes to when it becomes like that degeneracy sometimes is the only bond that you get as well. You suddenly find yourself becoming a clopper of some sort with Rainbow Dash inside of a jar. That just kind of happens sometimes. God damn it. Okay. But jokes aside, basically. Well, kind of like a half joke, but it's hard. Relationships are hard in this era. They just really are. They just really are. And there's gonna be white knight princes doing everything they can in order for you to feel miserable because you have harmed a woman. But it's like it's part for the course sometimes. Sometimes that's just the shit that happens, basically. You have harmed my favorite idol. You shall die on the fucking cross with your fucking eyes going inside of your head and pissing cortisol all over your holes. And maybe Princess will actually date me. And she sometimes does, and it's just like, oh fuck, well, yeah, well, that just makes relationships even more difficult sometimes. Really? What's the answer? What's the answer to that? Oh yeah, well, fuck, I got cucked again. Wow. The White Knights decided to make some kind of like cock-holding, like representation of everything. Ooh, oh god, I hope I don't kill myself tonight. Jeez. It's like, yeah, I mean, dude. I was like, she's doing weird shit, you start overthinking, and you're like filled with fear because that bitch is either immature or she's trying to test you or whatever the fuck is happening. But it just makes you be scared over what is the unknown. Do you risk yourself into the unknown, or do you just accept it and it's just, you're like, hey, you just ride the wave. Whatever fucking happens, happens. I was like, yeah, I mean, men don't become brave from one night to another. Sometimes it takes years to become brave. Sometimes it becomes years of constant fighting until you become brave, and it's like, you know what? My life is short. I might as well just give it a go. Even if people give me bullshit, I'm just gonna give it a go and see what happens. And in order for you to get that resolve, it takes years. It takes years of having stimuli that leads you towards something, some form of possibility. I was like, yeah, that's kind of like the thing, really. It's like, it's years of fighting against the White Knights. It takes years of fighting your own insecurities. It takes years of you thinking that you're doing the right thing. It takes years to kind of build yourself and actually believe something that you believe in. It takes years to stop listening to other people and actually form your own opinions about the situation that you're in. Because you need experience in order for you to have opinions about anything. And it takes years to become a person in that sense. So, in a sense, what the fuck do I tell you? Well, dude, it's like, dude, I'm gonna kill myself if there's another White Knight presenting me with a cock-holding video about the girl that I like, and she's like, oh, dude, like she really likes it when I pound her every night. I was like, you as a man, you become even scared to even go into a relationship, because it's like, what if this happens again? What if every woman is kind of like this, that they're like lusting for whatever fucking reason, and the desire of feeling wanted while another person is pounding them in the back? What if it's just become like that? That trauma becomes so hard to get over, to the point that it just becomes the only way that you can actually go through is just persist, ignore everything around you, and you're like, you know what? You have to literally become a fragment of a Buddha at this era. You have to become a Roman Greek philosopher of Stoicism in order to overcome this stupid bullshit pop culture that gets put in front of you, showing you the fear that will happen and the worst case scenario of any situation. And just because you overcome it does not mean that you're immune. It just means that you're strong enough to push forward. And you need to be a fucking Roman philosopher of Stoicism to push forward sometimes. You have to be Hercules. You have to think that you are the strongest man in the fucking universe that can carry the entire logical frame of the human universe in order for you to push forward from this bullshit internet culture cuckolding pornography ball of nothingness and meaninglessness. You have to be Herculoic to overcome it. You have to be. And even when you decide to be kind, you sometimes have signed your own fate by giving the dagger to a man who needs it the most. Because that man will maybe eventually come back around and stab you if you have something that he wants. So you can't even be kind sometimes. And you risk your emotional health when you try to be kind to another person. And one has to accept it the way that it is. One has to accept that you are Caesar sitting in your room, and that any man is competition out there, and that Brutus is waiting there with a knife, holding it up to your stomach, saying, if you do something that I do not enjoy or my princess doesn't enjoy, this will be me and 20 other guys that has the programming magic of coding. And we will type really hard and make your life a living hell. So yeah, in a way, you have to overcome 1,000. This is what you have to do in the modern era.
Weather warning. Incoming
Oh
storm.
fuck. Oh, let's just do this. But yeah, this is the ultimate fighting grounds of wizardry, philosophy, stoicism, strength, and emotional vulnerability. You have to be Hercules, you have to be motherfucking Achilles, you have to be Ajax, you have to be Ajax, you have to be the strongest man that anyone has ever seen. Because otherwise, you will see the fate of any other man that has shown any weakness in the Colosseum. You will be a man on the ground, bleeding, being shit on, and being told that you are worthless because you have harmed another woman. So yeah, in a sense, welcome to the fucking Colosseum. Welcome to the fucking arena. We have lions, cockholding, hand-holding, sweet moments, romanticism, threesomes even sometimes, unfaithfulness, happiness, momentary happiness, moments of peace. We have illusions, we have magic, we have sorcery, we have spectacle, we have cinema, we have everything that you've ever wished for. We have everything. So be prepared if you are to get the coochie, because most likely you will have to fight on the arena at some motherfucking point in your life. And you will have to survive and pray for a miracle sometimes. Pray for a miracle that you will not be a veteran with PTSD saying, oh shit, I've seen this danger before. God, there's 20 men in front of me waiting to chase and prey upon my dead body. What do I do? Am I not strong and impressive enough for a woman? Am I not? Am I not good enough?
Gate. Storm clearing.
Am I not good enough? Is that what is happening? No woman has ever told me that I'm good enough. The winter subsides and you're like, hey, I've survived. Still no woman though. And then you look at Bob and you're like, yeah, maybe I need some purpose or something. Some higher purpose, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll even start believing stupid bullshit that I don't believe in order for get a foot in the door. And then it becomes the recipe of even more experience, even more uncomfortable situations, even more like things that you really don't want to do, but at least you get some kind of like understanding. And then you accept that things are not perfect and that fairy tales are just the dreams of broken poets, of people who have gone through a lot, or even sometimes lucky ones that wants to share that feeling of emotion and to wish to give hope upon others. It's all of those things all at once sometimes. So, yeah, I mean, what to say in that situation? What is the right thing to say? Do you become cool? Do you get into guns? Do you become do you get to own a gun and say and show it to your princess? And it's like, hey, I'm a high-blooded American. I own a gun and I own a deagle. So I can swift from my M40 or whatever the fuck. Hey, aren't you impressed? I was like, honey, that's really cool, but I'm gonna talk to the attractive guy over there and see if if I can get a number out of him. That's great. See you soon. Well, shit. So yeah, it's like, what do I tell you? It's sometimes fantasy is the great solution. Sometimes a repeating Legacy of Kain and hoping for a miracle, or a story to unveil itself and to give meaning to your journey, sometimes that's the way to go. And once you find meaning, sometimes it's the way that pushes you forward. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you're in limbo where nothing ever makes sense. Your kindness doesn't work. And then you learn that kindness is a very dangerous weapon as well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I mean, I know what to tell you. It's not pretty. There's no pretty outcome. So then you say, you know what? I'm strong enough. I am the god of wisdom, and I shall overcome everything. Oh shit! Why is everybody why is there like 100 men trying to take down a titan? Shit! I didn't think that it was Shingeki no Kyojin. Fuck my life. I'm a titan in this bullshit, and they're getting their nails and my fucking blood vessels are popping out. God damn, why am I covered in blood? Oh shit. Oh god, okay, yeah, sure. I have been humbled. Please do not sacrifice me to your gods or whatever. Ah, fuck you, bullshit! You have killed so many men in the process. Fuck you! You have killed so many men in Men Solutions. Dude, it's just that I became a titan out of nowhere. Shit, like I lost reason. I went berserk. What do you wish to? What can I tell you? I went berserk out of fucking emotional pain, and suddenly I'm the fucking problem. Yeah, dude, we have to take you out of your fucking stupid misery. God fucking damn it. Okay, yeah, sure. Maybe I'll eventually calm down, and maybe eventually things will work out. Maybe eventually things will work out. I was like, yeah, well, you have learned that you need to be the most patient Buddha there has ever been. You have to wait for a fucker to show their face to see a weak point and and humiliate you in one way or another. Great. Man, like, I don't know, dude. Like, what the fuck do I tell you, dude? So yeah, the lesson to take. What is the lesson? Take whatever lesson you take. You don't have to look smart. You have to be smart. You have to be able to carry your own weight. And that's the only way. Actually. Yeah, honestly. As like wealth and money, wealth and power doesn't always do it as well. Wealth and power doesn't always do it. It just increases your chances. It doesn't guarantee it that that you'll be happy. If anything, sometimes that even makes you more unhappy. So you cannot be empathetic towards rich, poor, high, low, short, long. Unless you kind of are. And sometimes it works out. Sometimes. The other times it just fucking sucks. More often than not, it fucking sucks. The deepest secrets of the universe is not that the glass of the Aerons or the progenitors is the final act. The decision to abandon those who need you is the primal sin, the foundation of existence itself. Go to the stars, traveler. Your friends wait for you. They will help you bring peace to poor Artemis. Return when you are finished. There's much to discuss. Seek help for Artemis. Welcome, visitor. Entry to this information repository for planet Neo Geos. Neo Geo's historical databanks include several local sites of Korvax's cultural significance. Directions are available. Dispense planetary chart? Yes. Yeah. Artifact. And you know what's also another funny part? Even with all this conversation, you know what some women response will be? Oh my god, Steve, stop being such a loser and actually get yourself together. That will be the response that you will get, actually. And you know why women do it? Because they want to feel like they are worth something. So your male suffering sometimes is the fuel that moves the engine of worlds into becoming more beautiful sometimes. So in a way, like, I will say you this, women are one of the most cruel entities in the entire fucking universe. They are the biggest creatures and the biggest bundles of cruelty that can happen in this world. They are the engine that moves every man every day towards a new tomorrow. And they will get the validation out of the corpses of thousands and thousands of dead men soldiers just because they are beautiful. And men will die for it. What is there to say that is a beautiful thing to pursue sometimes? Is female beauty that worth it in that regard? Is it worth it to sacrifice so much? I don't know, but people keep doing it. People keep doing it. So apparently it is. It is the ultimate cruelty of the human condition. They will slaughter, they will humiliate, they will show you your place, they will be the alpha male, they will be the omega, they will be the beta, they will be anything that they can be in order to feed the engine that pushes life towards another tomorrow, where other men and women will be born. It is the most cruel thing that can exist, and people are happy that it exists. And people laugh when there's a man crying and begging for his life, bleeding all over the floor. They laugh about it. They rejoice until they feel the regret, until they're filled with tears and they say, what have I done? What kind of cruel monster have I become that I have fulfilled the desire of death itself? And some people are like, hey, I have become death, destroyer of worlds. And I have my goth GF next to me. Aren't I a pretty prince that has done the will of the people? Haven't I done the willful will of the majority to exterminate the vermin that was infecting our lines? All hail me, the exterminator of vermin. I feel deep passion within me that a woman has chosen me over the vermin that we have just exterminated. I have bathed in the blood of his corpse. And any man who dares to even touch my woman will face the same consequences. Something, something. Kindness doesn't matter in that world. Just the board and the chess of insolent vermin that decide to show up at the board. A coliseum of vermin that are there to be sacrificed by me, the willful wizard of this barren world. This unintelligent, low IQ world. I move the vermin, and I make them move towards their destinies. Their destinies are marked. I have shown them the way. I have shown them the glory of combat. And you know, they love me for it. They love that they have died for me. Isn't that right, princess? Isn't that right? Now, this pawn has gone a little bit crazy. Just because he wanted to reach the end of the board. Enemy, show him the door towards his destiny. His destiny awaits. A grave under 20 feet. You may sacrifice him in any way that you wish to see. You know, you have the freedom of doing so. A bullet. Emotional damage. A sword. Oh, perhaps even humiliate them while they're down. You know, we have invented a railgun. Let's just try that out. Sure. So, yeah, I mean, in its own way, I kind of like low-key have become like so like I kind of like laugh myself internally to sleep whenever art takes shape in a particular way, because it is a magician spell. It is a bishop on the board and casting Holy Smite upon me. And they say, I am the Bishop of Light. I am there to purify the world of the vermin, of the pawns that are in front of me on the other side of the board. Do not worry, King. I shall be the cleansing of the vermin that is in front of you. And you shall pay me for that duty. Because I have the power to do so. Yes, that is the thing that I think I deserve. I will reach new heights within my thunder in hand, and I shall become the Zeus of this board. Your corpse will be electrocuted by my thunder, and you will only see the light at the end of the tunnel. Oh boy, that's great. I'm just having a burrito over here. God, okay, if you're gonna use Holy Smite, can you at least cook my fucking chicken? I think it's a little bit undercooked. Okay? Like, that'd be great, actually. You know what? Just one moment. Yeah, sure. Just, yeah. I'm some kind of alien. Don't worry about me. Like, it's cool. It's cool. Yeah, sure. I think in your universe, I'm some kind of an alien. So don't worry about me. I'm just passing by. I think I need to go into the train station. Yeah. And you claim to go to the train station? The only place that you deserve is the ground. And my boot, perhaps. Do you think that you deserve to get to the end of the board? The king has paid a big fee to exterminate you, you know? And I'm more than happy that your persistence will get punished. Now let me braid my long hair, and I shall get my white robes and say that I am the great holy magician of this land. It feels so good. Wow. I don't know, dude. Yeah. Dude, I'm having fun with this acting, actually. I love it. But yeah, it's like, if you think about it like this, even in the world of the Holy Priest, he's right in his own universe. And he will continue being right in his little universe. Because he gets paid and he has a place in society because he's holy. And who are you to blame him? He's doing his job. I think. Sometimes. Dude, acting is so fun. Like, legitimately, it is one of the most fun things that you can do, actually. What the shit? What the shit? Where's my super suit?
Strong clearing.
Okay, we got one key over here. We got scanner recharging. Okay, that's the crate. And where are the other keys, actually? Okay, there it is. Okay, cool. Have you gone mad? Have you found madness? Because if so, maybe it is not our responsibility to do anything. If you are a man of madness, perhaps we shall find the right tool for you. But it is not of our concern for us to continue this endeavor of yours. We are the civilized people, and I think, our rightful names deserve a little bit of respect over the time we've wasted upon you. Do you understand? Can't you just have a nice life away from us in your little dirt house that you call home? Can't you just do that? I think everybody respects your existence. Just stay away from our home. I think it is the most respectful thing to do. We will respect your culture of building shit upon shit. And you respect our culture where true civilized people who obey rules are in place. I think it is the right thing to do, right? Like, I think an exposition of even your craziness is but only a rightful thing to do. Like, look at how uncivilized this monkey is. How such low IQ this man has. Do you believe that this man with such low IQ deserves any place in this world? No, he doesn't. He wants to run around and prowl like the animal that he is. He's some kind of alien. Really. He's some kind of alien. He doesn't understand. Like, let him be with the other aliens. Like, that's the world that he really likes to be in. Why are we stopping him? Why are we even interested in this alien? Right? He's an alien. He's alien to us. Yes? Okay, remove the vermin term. I understand that is a little bit like degrading. I understand that. Let's just call him what he is, an alien to us. Us civilized men and women. Take him away, royal emperor of everything. Do you understand? You do not belong here. You do not belong here. It is unfortunate that you have found yourself in such a confusing state. Madness has grabbed you, perhaps, to think that you have a place in this world of ours. This world of ours is only for people who are civilized. Yes? Do you understand what I'm saying, little monkey? Do you understand what I'm saying, little alien? I'm just being kind to you. I'm being the most kind person on earth. I think I have the most patience in this world. So go. Be part of your little household of animals that you think that you call them yourself aliens. Let's just do that, okay? And please do not bother us or the people that are around you. Like I think you're some kind of harm to the people around you. Like really, you really are. So yeah, I mean that's kind of like the thing as well. Sometimes is like detective. Oh shit. Okay, cool. Maybe next time that we encounter, hopefully we don't, you have learned a little bit of humility, knowing your place in this world, little alien. Know your place in this world. Understand that your intelligence really is below what we have as a standard. Really? And I shall call you an idiot and the alien low IQ individual until you actually understand the position that you are in. You are an alien. Understand? That's what you are. Oh shit, what the fuck is this? Technology, cool. Negotiate price. 21 million, shit. That's a lot of nuts, actually. Man. That's a lot of nuts. Okay, yeah, well, we're out of this bitch. Okay. Okay. Cool. Friend entity, Paul observed your single approach, but it was anomalous. The signature was from the wrong time. Are you well? Not incomplete? Not fading? Nada's vision light flares, bearing with concern and distress. Reveal the Mind Arc. I tell Nada about Artemis, about Null and the Mind Arc. It glows brightly as I reveal it. It is Echo. I never thought to see a traveler's soul. You're so beautiful. But friend entity, this Artemis Echo is in pain, disconnected. This arc is no rescue. Ask why. Artemis Echo will never have a body again. Will never explore again. Old life gone, but we can help them. Nada has a machine. Not a machine. It is something living. A refuge. There's a choice. You may upload Artemis Echo to machine, to self-simulation where they may live on. Or help Artemis Echo end suffering. Nada shakes their head strangely, trying to adopt my own mannerisms. The gesture is appreciated, if disconcerting. You must choose, upload them to a machine to self-simulation where they may live on, or helps Artemis Echo end suffering. Ask about the simulation. Ask what life would be inside of this simulation. Nada pauses for a moment, staring at me strangely. Nada tells me Artemis would still feel joy at the things they experienced. But if they should learn of their fate, that they were alone, no longer real, unable to meet their friends, such knowledge may cause them great pain. Yeah, that's very true. They must choose. Nada shakes their head strangely, trying to adopt my own mannerisms. The gesture is appreciated, if disconcerting. Okay. Go speaking with Paul, Traveler. They will help you calibrate the machines, no matter what your decision. Whatever you do, I'm proud of your compassion. You are a traveler friend. Nada told me that you need what you need to do, dude. Just know, friend, that we support you no matter your choice. I'll prepare the machine. If it is Nada's friend's private refugee, please treat it with care. Okay. Decide Artemis' fate and Nada's private terminal. The machine is ancient and powerful, a relic of worlds long since destroyed. The craft is extraordinary. It is clearly tended to often and great love. I feel a whisper, Nada's faint hum over the speaker. As they commune with the machine, the words of the panel unscrabble themselves. Nada entity authorization detected. Secondary simulation, right enabled. This relic is a simulation of a solar system, a prayer offered by ancient Corax to Atlas, now reshaped at the heart of the anomaly. A single false solar system, so dear to Nada. It will act as a home for Artemis, should I wish it. Upload Artemis. Upload Artemis to the simulation. A spark of blue light blazing through the air before me. It fades after a moment, disappearing into the depths of the machine. Nana tells me that it is done. For my sake, they will permit transmission to and from the simulation, at least while the anomaly passes through safe systems. They warn me that Artemis will need some time to grow adjusted to their new life. The machine, okay. Broadcast message. I attempt to send the message into simulation. It does not work. I do not know what I expected. How could a whole universe listen? The machine hums, glowing with life. Okay, cool. So yeah, after all this, like, should I say pantomime? No, I shouldn't. What is a pantomime even? But after all this kind of like performance, should I say? What is the key takeaway from everything is to combat these individuals who see themselves as above what is my position in this life in some way or another, basically. Sometimes the only thing that there is to do is just not listen. Like, compassion works until it doesn't, basically. Compassion works with the right people. And the right people sometimes will say, you're right. And the wrong people will say, you're wrong. And within the pocket of existence, of human existence, I will be right in a world and wrong in another. It is as simple as that. Their egos will feed and the cycle will continue. Putting pieces on the chess, on a board, where one pawn will move closer to the other line because they have seen something that they have some kind of interest. A bishop will come in and they will try to exterminate in some way or another. And that's kind of like what it is, basically, sometimes. It is to learn that literally no power can, no move is the right move sometimes. Or what do you do? Do you become deceitful because you want to reach some place in life? What do you do? As like, in some aspects, there's reason behind actions sometimes. Really. There's intent, there's meaning behind it, there's a social bond behind it that is worth pursuing. Sometimes people will die for that social bond, so much that reason seems an uncanny thing to pursue. Like, reason is something that is beyond considering at that particular point in life, basically. And despair kind of like overwhelms you. What do you think is what is your response sometimes? Your response is go beyond reason, basically. Or use your reason to kind of like find the destiny that you seek, basically. Will you get humiliated in the process and maybe get pointed at by guns and like by discerning opinions, or like any kind of like contradicting, or anybody who thinks that they're in the right? Yeah, they will. And that's just the sad reality of it all sometimes. But it's like, in order for that pain to not hurt, in order for my heart to not feel any pain of feeling that I cannot interact with people, sometimes it is necessary to just turn off the empathy towards people who are giving you pain. it just stops hurting after a while. If you turn off your empathy and your kindness and your understanding towards it, because your kindness just doesn't work on people who are desperate to see you fall. They are desperate to see you fall and falter sometimes. Any kind of reaction that comes out of you is profit to them sometimes. And it's like, well, what do you do? Like, what is the right people? Do you think that being kind to every single human being in existence is the right thing to do? I used to think that. I used to believe that, believe it or not. I used to believe that kindness will go a long way and it will help you understand other people and their situation that they're in. But once you kind of understand the distance that some individuals go through, you kind of understand as well. Like, you don't directly empathize with them. You empathize in the condition that they're in. You empathize the fact that they have seen nightmares beyond belief. And those nightmares sometimes is an item that is being the possibility of them not being able to do something that they used to do. Or the nightmare of not being in control of the situation. The nightmare of the fetish of persistence that they have lived through their time to end is a nightmare within itself. It is a nightmare manifested in the worst possible way, as it is the mass defeat of their viewpoints. It will be to admit defeat and contradict everything that they fought for and said, and the influence that they persist and claim to be the most influential about. So, in some sense, how can I blame them? But to empathize with that world, with the universe of the individual and how he sees it, to get inside that mind is to welcome poison into your heart due to the fact that you do not believe what they're saying. You do not believe what they're saying. You think that it is idiotic. And you try to make them see reason, but that reason does not come through. Because in their universe, they are absolutely right. They're absolutely right about everything that they're saying, and people are waving and saying, praise king, praise, you're the king of this house. I respect every word that you say. I validate your opinion. You are the essence of free will, and you are the truth that people don't often say. You are my man. And it hurts to empathize with that. It hurts because you think that maybe because you're inside them, they will see your viewpoints, but sometimes it just doesn't work. Because the viewpoint that they see is another one. It contradicts even the invitation to understand. Sometimes. And even that invitation is obstructed by the constant reminder of chaos that has unveiled due to empathy. So who am I to blame but myself that just because I got inside of someone, my heart starts bleeding because of the nasty thing that comes out of it? In a sense, that is a fault of mine that sometimes I do sometimes. Like, I truly do. And kindness isn't always the solution to things, It really isn't. Understanding isn't always the solution. And sometimes it's not ignorance, but awareness of the social condition, and not only being aware of it, but accepting that sometimes there's no changing that. Basically, they're stuck in their little universe, and they will continue saying the same words because it is what they truly believe, and that is the essence of their being. To let go of that is the only way to continue sometimes with your life. To let go of that is sometimes very difficult whenever you think that just because you are into the same things means that maybe you will empathize, but not really. Just because you're into the same things doesn't mean that you have the same mindset. And sometimes as an inexperienced guy that doesn't interact with a lot of people, that can be really painful, actually. That can be really painful because your expectations of finding happiness with that person, sometimes it becomes harmful. And it's like sometimes the only invitation that gets sent to you is the invitation towards the submission towards their ideal is, really. That is the only invitation that you receive. You are kindly invited to think exactly how I think. If you do not agree, you can get the fuck out of my place. And I will kindly look at you as an absolute idiot. So, yeah, sometimes it is good to not invite poison into your heart in that sense, actually. Artemis Echo will live on. Traveler took them from a corruption and restored them to a life of exploration, to see a solar system that none but Korvax have ever witnessed. You have done well, Traveler. Don't worry, friend. We will take good care of Artemis simulation. The souls of your allies are safe with us. And if you think about it, it's like the reason chaos exists is because of inexperience. And chaos ceases to exist once you learn the ropes and you understand and you come to accept these kind of things, basically. When you're in a good mood, when you're in a stable condition, and you kind of look around and you're like, okay, sure, I mean, why am I even trying to empathize with that type of situation, really? Like it's a difficult position to kind of like go around and sometimes saying the right things to the right people is more important than solving a issue that is happening, basically. Because stability sometimes is the right move instead of challenge. And with good reason, because mobs are sometimes very dangerous when they're enraged. And I think that's sort of true with every, like... And that is very valid, basically. Like, everything is very valid, like, no matter what. And the acceptance of the validity is sometimes the only like answer. Are you receiving the whole terminus is showing available again? Your signal was thought you were gone. It's a relief to hear Apollo again. It feels like we have not spoken in a long time. Explain. I tried to recount the experiences to Apollo as best as I can. The gateway, the strange planet, the vast machine, the crimson orb. As I talk, I realize the memories themselves are unstable, that I cannot form them in my mind. It is just a dull, aching red. I tell Apollo that I think I saw the Atlas itself. You You saw it? You met the Atlas? The Gek? The Korvax? They worship it as a god. I never thought it was real. Never thought. Are you alright? I can't imagine what you've gone through. It wasn't just a machine. I tell up all of the things the Atlas said, how it spoke to travelers and sentinels as if they were protocols, not living things. The way it views us, the way it looked at me, it felt as if life and death were just fragile dreams, not real concepts at all. Okay, this is a concept that kind of happens quite often, where manifestations become illusions and manipulations of an illusionist, basically. And sometimes that's kind of like the essence of everything, really, when it comes to the divine, really. The divine is, simply put, inexistent. It is divine in name. We give it the name divine because we think that it's beyond what we expect. Really. It is impressive. So much, so beautiful, so distinct that we call it divine. But to exist in a divine shape in the world of reality means that inherently it is not divine. It is perhaps exquisite, but not divine in itself. The divine is something that we cannot witness. Simply put, it is a manipulation to say that something is more favorable than another. Because the moment that we say that it's divine, it just becomes something worth pursuing and destroying yourself over. Because it is a manifestation of something that is uncanny, something that cannot be reached. It is a manifestation of the unreachable. Therefore, the most valuable item, object, place in the entire world. So much that people die for it. So much that people bleed for it. So much that people cry for it. Really. And in its own regard, I kind of have found myself thinking that the only divine thing that this world is allowed to call divine in reality itself, it is the existence that we live in. It is the only divine thing that we can reach, and that it is within this plane of reality. Existence is the only divine thing. Simply put, due to the fact that we have evolved so much that we call ourselves false entities of divinity. Illusionists, magicians, technicians, medics. We give ourselves the name of the divine as we have achieved something spectacular. The greatest performance that there has ever been in our own fields. And we give ourselves that name and we say, damn, maybe I am worthy of the word divine. I am worthy of that, and the people around me call me such name, impressive in its own regard. I am worthy of that name, and I shall take it to my grave. And people believe it sometimes. And sometimes that illusion grows and grows and grows as an eternal tree that covers everything. It is the divine tree that I have built, the majestic tree of knowledge that I am a part of, the thing that I absolutely am. Heaven on earth. heaven in existence in itself. Ah. Therefore, if I am a part of divinity, shouldn't you obey divinity? Shouldn't you be part? Shouldn't you submit to divinity? I have given you shelter in my divine place. That is what we have. It is the reality that you live in. So you should submit to my divinity, to my shelter. But here comes the problem. It's just an illusion in its own way. And it reassures the idea that divinity cannot exist in this plane of reality, because people will call themselves divine in some way or another. Or even other people will call you divine, deceiving you into giving you an ego boost, into thinking that you're the best person in this entire world, and play into the magician's hand again. So, to claim those words in the world of reality, it is deceit. A reality, well, not a reality in itself, existence is the only tangible divine thing that we have. Existence is literally the only divine thing that we have. Simply because it is something that we are aware of, but we cannot create sometimes. We can portray it. We can say that we have created something and make it born into existence. But you manipulated existence? But do you say that you are existence itself? Not really. Maybe you have created something into existence, sure. But the essence, the core idea of existence is the only divine thing. Or at least that's what I think in some degree, basically. And I think it's the only safe thing. Because how many illusionists will claim that a miracle has happened and it's in favor of something that has happened? To be in favor of something. A cause. A direction that is the right direction to take. Oh no, it is but a sleight of hand that people tell you, yeah, it is the right direction, it is the right choice for you to follow our raging cries of victory, and we will be the powerful entities that will carry this wave into even further victory. But it is a sleight of hand, a manipulation to begin with. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird. If you think about it like that, it's just the existence in the place that we are in at a particular given time, the moment of existence, is the only divine thing that is tangible. Is the only thing that it has concrete evidence of existing, and it is the only concrete thing that is to be divine of essence. Planets, space, Earth, people, they exist. It is the only divine thing to exist. Not the things that exist, but the fact that it has manifested into existence. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to think about. I'm still trying to figure out that kind of philosophy, honestly, but It's kind of like the actions that took place before it. Actually, no. What should be the? Let me set on that thought for a second. Actually, to think. To be present at the moment in time in existence is the only divine thing. Because it's a miracle in itself. Therefore, it is divine. Not the fact that an individual will call themselves divine, but the action and the manifestation of your own existence into the plane of existence. I think that's what it is. I'll have to, dude. I have to reflect on that. I have to meditate it a little bit, basically. Yeah, I think I have to meditate it and come with the right answer on that sense, actually. But it's kind of weird. It's kind of weird to think about sometimes. With high accuracy. I mean, I'm just throwing, yeah, I say this because there's like too many intelligent people in this earth that can turn you into a dancing puppet if they really wish to, basically. Oh crap, okay. So mainly because like there's like millions of psychologists, millions of programmers, millions of people who are willing to do an action in order for them to get a quick buck, or in order for them to have fun even sometimes. So it's kind of like that, where it's just like, if all the bricks land in the right place, it is not a divine manifestation, it is just an orchestrated manifestation sometimes. Or sometimes it is just but mere coincidence as well. And it's even more precious when it's coincidence as well. So yeah, that's kind of like the thing in its own way, basically. Like, yeah, it really is kind of weird sometimes. But yeah, the way it views us, the way it looked at me, it feels as if life and death were just fragile dreams, not real concept at all. At least it didn't harm you. I think there's something in what you just said. The Korvax pay homage to the Sentinels precise because they believe them to be servants of the Atlas. We should investigate further. This machine will lead us to Sentinel Nest. We'll be rich before we know it. Talk of money is absurd. I suggest talk of rewards is absurd at a time like this. The Atlas felt hostile, inexplicable in its motives and purpose, not to mention all that has happened since. Until Apollo, in Artemis' grave, and my encounter with the mysterious traveler. No, I suggest there is more going on here than an opportunity to earn units. Artemis is dead? I don't... How? How would... I know I made fun of them, but that was easy. They cared, they believed, and What's happened to them? What have you where have you buried Artemis? I want to say goodbye if I can. I tell Apollo that Null gave me a way of saving Artemis to restore them to a form of life. Apollo is instantly excited at the prospect of going to meet Artemis, but I explain the nature of what I did. I tell them that Artemis' soul lives only within a simulation, unable to go beyond. Ask if this was right. It is a long time before Apollo speaks again. Will they be happy? You do not know. You did the right thing. You tried. Whatever you might be feeling right now, know that you are a good friend. I have to go through the portal and join you. That much is clear. We must need to figure out the right glyphs, the right address for the world, that world of yours. Find a monolith, search the patterns in this data. These things are machines, and we simply need to understand their code. Okay, cool. Oh, wait. Ow. Potential ancient monolith detected. Okay, cool. Okay, atmosphere interference. First contact. Okay, cool.
Toxic protection falling.
Oh, okay. But do okay. Anomaly. I see the stone of the monolith. It is immobile, muted silver, and yet something looks beneath. It is gray and yet not gray. A crimson calling out from somewhere below its cool surface. Locate a portal. Wow. So, pride is always looked as a terrible thing, you know? Sometimes it is. But in some way, you kind of need to be proud of yourself. And it's weird, actually. You kind of need to be proud of yourself in some shape or form, actually, if you think about it. You do, because otherwise people will say, well, you're not doing well enough. Therefore, you could be doing something better. I don't know, like, you could be doing better. And sometimes that pushes you into the right direction, but sometimes it doesn't. So, I don't know, actually. Is it good to be proud about yourself? Yeah. Is it good to be proud of your individuality? Yeah, I guess. I think so. So, in a way, acceptance of being proud of who you are is good, actually. It is good. It's weird, yeah. I think I've been here before.
Technology recharge. 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 Technology recharge.
Traveler capture loop enabled. Anomaly event contained. The portal seems to beg me as I approach, demanding my attention. It requires me to activate it. It requires me to travel on. I am unsure if I should listen. Because it's planets. Okay. Leave. There we go. Cool.
Toxic protection falling.
Holo Terminus. Okay.
Incoming storm. Toxic protection falling.
Okay, wait. The fuck? Where's the Holo Terminus? Oh, there. Cool.
Units received. Toxic protection falling. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Technology recharge. Weather update. Storm clearing.
All terminals activated. Multiple signals are available. Turn to Apollo. Okay, cool. Have you found the glyphs for your world? I'm almost ready. My suit is upgraded, my stomach is full, and I've hired the Geg to look after my farm when I'm away. Yes, I have a farm. What of it? It's not much, most of the fruit I've found on my travels, but I'm hoping to expand. Anyway, this is no concern of yours. We have a portal to attend to. Do we not? As I took a look at Apollo, I think of all that within of the portal, of what happened to Artemis when they walked the same path. I think of the face of the Atlas, of the way Nada warned me not to return to those tunnels. I do not know if the portals are safe. I gave Apollo the glyphs, asking them to take care, to remember what happened to Artemis. And they assure me that they will, promising to see me soon. Before I go, they advise me to find out what I can do, what I can from this so-called null. They warn me to be careful too. Oh, hello, null. Two lost souls, one who cared too much and one who cared too little. Their lives have not become what was promised, have they? Every sentient being that has ever lived has felt that way at some point. I know I did, once upon a time. I was angry, confused at my own solitude. Imagine my surprise when you woke me. Oh, I know you didn't mean to. I know you were just playing around with portals. But whatever you did, I'm here now, and I need your help. The Atlas, it is not what you think it is. Something is happening to the universe, something I need you to help figure out. Why did I need help? The Sentinels do not just keep the peace across the universe. Their motives run deeper than that, seeking out anomalies in the multiversal structure and eliminating them from existence. Have you looked at me? What do you think a Sentinel would do if they came across my form? No, it has to be you, Traveler. There's an observation nearby. It will lead you to the location of a crashed freighter of great interest to our investigation. There we will find the first secret, I am sure of it. Know that the Atlas is neither enemy nor friend to us, no more than the air or the wind might be called such names. But it is terrified, it is in pain. We have a responsibility to help its suffering, no matter the cost. Okay, cool. But yeah, maybe a few years ago, I would have looked at Null and then be like, dude, I wish that I was like that, actually. Like, my essence is stopping me from something beyond, basically. But the thing is, I was born human and I have human taste. So yeah, it's like the human taste is what I am as an entity, basically. I like, what do I make out of it, basically? Yeah, I don't know sometimes. It's like, the reason to wish to become a machine in some shape or form is to not feel the pain in one's heart due to the unpleasant experience of not being loved in some way or another, basically. And sometimes it's like the wrong fetish as well. Like, that's kind of like the part of the human experience as well. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of weird, really. It's like, sometimes it does occur to me that it's like, will it be enough if I find love? Or will there be another problem at some point? Why does divorce exist if people are in love? Why do these things happen? Why do people die because of the most terrible things possible? Why do people use it as an excuse to weaponize their ideas? Why do we lead towards destruction of the existence of human beings? Why do we feel pleasure out of it? Why? What good comes out of death and destruction? And why does it feel so good sometimes? Why does it feel so good to be a being of destruction rather than of creation? A creator brings peace to you, while the destructor brings anxiety and a thrill to override all other things. That thrill that kind of gives you a tingling sensation within yourself. And if so, why does this happen? Why are we the way that we are? Is it just me? Is it the humanity that we are part of? What if it was cooler to be a machine to begin with? Would I regret it in some shape? Maybe. And it's like, in some way, the only reason why I would regret it is, ironically, the sexual instinct. To give that away is kind of like, yeah, well, I don't know, I don't know, I really enjoy anime too, so. Why do I enjoy it? I don't know. Part of the human experience, I guess. Do I really need it? Apparently I do. And that's the funny part. Beautiful women seem to be part of my necessity. Why wish to be a machine when you can have that? When you can attempt to do that? Oh wait, I just said the entire odyssey of what it means to find a woman. Yeah, no wonder I considered being a machine at some point and erasing every aspect of human emotion. Holy fucking shit. But yeah, it's kind of like that, really. It's like, and even in agony, you find peace. In agony, I have found some form of peace. Due to the fact that it's just like, I now understand what true emotional pain feels like. And that is something the machine will never understand. It is precious in its own essence, in its own way, basically. The same way as human happiness and the contrast that pain and agony has brought to me. It makes me kind of, it's kind of chill. Kind of chill. That's kind of like a chill feel in its own way. Damn. Yeah. I mean, at least I'm not sucking my own dick over how intelligent I am, because I actually feel like I don't need the validation of feeling intelligent or not. I don't anymore. I just exist, and that's it. That's good enough sometimes. You don't need to the validation that you're smart or wise or whatever the fuck. You don't. Nobody does. It's just that those names makes us stand out to pretty women and men with a lot of skills, basically, that can help you in your journey. So yeah, I mean, in its own way, I kind of am like, yeah, well, whatever, dude. It's like, cool, I guess. What joys can be brought upon me? What does pain can bring to me? It's something. It exists. It's an emotion. It's a reaction. It can be a theatrical performance, and we can see the most dramatic performance there has ever been, and that in itself will hold value in some shape or form. Will I see the benefits of my fruits? Maybe. I mean, maybe I will. Do I need to enjoy the moment because I'm stuck in time? Sometimes, yeah. I mean, I'm kind of forced to enjoy the moment at this point. I literally am. I'm forced to enjoy the moment. And you know what? I've kind of realized what they meant when people say enjoy life and enjoy the moment. Yeah. It's, if you think about it, it's kind of like a prelude, or I don't know, it has its own essence to begin with, really. It's a moment in time, and it's precious in its own way. But yeah, it's like, as long as you don't seek validation of your wisdom, it kind of is precious in its own way. And the moment that you seek the validation of your wisdom in some shape or form, well, that's when things go to shit. Because people want validation that they exist. They will piss, shit, and spit at you to reinforce the validation that their existence is worthwhile. The same way that your philosophy and your mentality gives you validation to exist in this moment in time, basically. And the possibilities that you aspire to have, and perhaps the ultimate possibility of facing something, really. I was like, yeah, I mean, there are some people who really like the idea of being a ruler of some sort, because they can be at the end of their life and they can be like, hey, I did something. I became very well known in this period of time. I was like, yay, that's good. And that's good enough. You know, I'll see myself out when I see myself out. But I've done something good enough that I think that I've done something good enough, left my handprint on the stone, and maybe I'll be remembered. In a positive or a negative way, history will only tell, basically. But that's the only thing that kind of matters sometimes. To me, at least. The one that sees value in the title. What do you see in those eyes? Do you see preciousness? Do you see wealth? What do you see in those eyes? And sometimes I just think to myself, God, I would hate to be in that position. But it would be fun. It's like, yeah, but you would hate it. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you would hate it. So why not explore art? Why not do that? Why not just draw a woman on paper, and maybe you'll feel satisfied for once. Yeah, I've done that, and it was kind of fun, actually. Yeah, kind of. I mean, in some shape or form. In some shape or form, in the distance, you know what I imagine? I imagine the statue of a bronze woman with like nice curves sitting on a pedestal. And I'm like, damn, that's nice, actually. That would be nice. That would be amazing, even. And then whenever you press one of her fingertips, it says, Yamete kudasai, Oni-chan. I'd be like, damn, I've overdone myself. I'm a genius of some fucking way. I don't know if I'm a genius or the dumbest individual in this fucking planet, and I love it, actually. You know what? That'd be great. That'd be something. There's gonna be some guy that is gonna go into that statue. I was gonna be like, hey, that's pretty good. I'd be like, thanks. If only a true woman actually came to life and actually touched my pee-pee. I know, right? Women are terrible. Yeah, I know. They're great until they aren't. Damn. So, wanna have some ramen? Philosophize about things? No, dude, you're not a hot girl. What the fuck are you on about? It's like, yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah. Actually, well, you know what? If you know any otaku that is kind of attractive, and she has a friend that is kind of attractive as well, give me a phone call, and I don't know, we can do a double date or something. You've read too much Dojin. What the fuck are you on about? Why would anyone do that to you, you fucking idiot? Are you crazy? Crazy enough to wish a bronze woman statue that says Yamete kudasai on each hand whenever you press her fingernails. Yeah. Crazy enough to see that as a great art piece in its own regard. Yeah, I mean, kind of. Hey, that's a huge ass dinosaur. Wait a second. Whoa, she thick. Okay, wait. Okay, well, I guess that was a momentary distraction in the everlasting permanence of the moment. So in this moment, what do you see? What do you see, Mr. Freeman? Mr. Entity of free will, what do you see in this particular moment in time? Do you see the greatness of your moment? Do you see the clapping on the distance? Or do you see torches on the distance? What do you see? I see both, and I see it as a show and as a spectacle, and holy shit, that's great. I was like, oh, well. Yeah, I mean, well, cool. Ah, let's recharge this shit.
Technology recharge.
Okay, let's go. Unknown building. The lifeform shows me complicated creature research data to see if I can comprehend it. I must look blank because the lifeform instead projects 3 holographic images into my visor. Unknown lifeform, a something. Unknown lifeform, a something? They're clearly seeking my opinion in the intellect of my own species. A man shown a vacant-looking slug, or a more advanced meeker trader, and a member of their own electronic race. The electronic being leans forward, skeptical. They scan me with a small device, then shake their head. I'm given out an upgrade module and a dismissive wave. Sure. Null's prediction was correct. The terminal is curiously open. The log's ready for me to read. This observatory appears to have functioned as a savage station, managed by a Gex specialist. A translation, they were accused of questioning things that should not quite be questioned, of showing the seeds of dissent. This posting was meant as a punishment. But it appears that this posting was the making of them. They found strange things in the regs. Aberrations, data that spoke of worlds that do not exist, and events that did not happen. That Gek went out to investigate one such craft. The life signature of Korvax still on board. They never returned. Is this how Nada and Polo met? Is this how my friends found each other? There's a signal on the console. A warning and repeat. 16 short bursts of data in a loop. Okay. I extract coordinates for the distress signal. A crashed vessel awaits me on another world. Okay. Search. Graham, you should have studied something. You are at least a little bit above average and a little bit interesting. You should have studied something. That way, you would have had some kind of valuable purpose in some way, and maybe a little bit more respect due to that aspect of your life. And to that I say, why? If I've been philosophizing about being a machine the entire 20 years that 30 years at this point. 30 plus years even, over why I feel like I don't belong anywhere in some shape or form. Like, I don't know, it's just feels like you think that you belong somewhere. It's like you discover things and it's like, oh, it turns out that you don't belong. I was like, oh, okay, well, detach yourself from all attachment. Live the moment and just be yourself. It's okay, everything is gonna be fine. You'll repair yourself at some point, and you'll laugh back at it and you'll be happy. For a moment. Until it is time to deal with hell incarnate in other people's ambitions. Fuck my ass. God damn it. I'm an incel. I lick toesies. Dude. Yeah. I shall cry 1,000 rivers, and the answer will never show up. It is I, the space mystery. I keep floating around in space. What is the answer to all? I do not know, my human friend. All I know is that it's cooking a chicken breast on my portable oven. That's all there is to it. Chicken sandwich. Fascinating. The space chicken sandwich is the true meaning of life. If you see a chicken sandwich floating in space, compressed with mayonnaise, avocado, chipotle, smelling fresh, and smacking you in the face, and you rubbing the mayonnaise all over it like it's some kind of like facial. Space sandwich of wisdom. What is your wisdom? I am only temporary. I will abandon you the moment that I enter your stomach. So say your love to me before I depart this plane of existence, and I become an idea within your brain, fuel and energy for your movement. My sentience will cease to exist, so that you are fed another day. Rage. Okay, rage. And my only friend in space has abandoned me once again. Why did you leave me, Space Chicken? Why did you leave me, Space Chicken? You were precious. You were delicious. No, dude, you speak like you're high on something. I'm high on the ideas. That's what I'm high on. Useless ideas, but ideas nonetheless. Something, that's what comedians do. Entertainers, even. That's the purpose of the entertainer. You entertain the idea that maybe there's interesting things, or sometimes even giving the validation that there's people that are inferior to you, and that you will throw a tomato at them and it will be a ritual for the generations to replicate itself. As it is tradition to throw tomatoes at the comedian. Chat, will I ever feel love? Deep love? Will I ever feel that? Dude, I hope so. Jeez. I goddamn hope so. How many days has it been? How many days, how many decades has it been? Ever since I began the journey of moi. Shit. Dude, so much time has passed that I think I have evolved into something else. What is this feeling? Is this what it means to be or not to be? The answer is in narration. In the silence, in this particular moment. At the moment of your birth, you left out a cry, and momentarily, you were the most beautiful thing in existence that one particular second. Savor it. That was your 1 second of fame. Now get on the line. Some fucker really needs someone to clean their windows, okay? That's your purpose in life. You clean windows. Shut the fuck up and clean windows. While I bang my trophy wife. Man. Life is weird. You are becoming more visible to Nada, traveler friend. Your eyes lend themselves to our small convergence. This makes Nada happy. Nada is not happy with other events. Portals are infected, vector for corruption, Artemis, entity perished in the portal. Apollo entity will only spread corruption, danger. Ask more. Atlas Falsity watches the portal, spores belong to them. Those who enter may belong to Atlas Falsity. Great danger. Find the wreck of Nada's crash fighter. Coordinates look originally logged by Gex, especially its Polo. Oh. Nada friend does not trust the portal, scared of rampancy of the Crimson Hunter, but I do not fear it in the same way. What might we discover, traveler friend? What might we learn from them? They have the same roots as you, as their home, as at this universe. Ask about fear. Nada is scared we may lose our home. I'm scared I will forget the world outside it. Do not let us forget, traveler friend. Okay. Ask for Atlas Station coordinates. I will do it, friend, but please be careful. We would hate to see you leave us. Okay, yeah, sure. You promise to be careful, traveler friend. Okay, black hole coordinates. Of course, friend. A whole galaxy for you, just for you. Just see it all. Okay. What the shit are you? Bile brute detected. Salvageable scrap. Copper sulfurine. Cobalt. Dissonance detected. The shit? You know, sometimes the silence is so deafening. It's weird. Yeah. You are not alone, my friend. My friend, you are not alone. I am Kermit the Frog, speaking to you from a bigger plane. We have encountered such hardship. We have found pain and suffering. We have only found those things by opening our hearts to the true essence of happiness. Happiness has destroyed us, my friend. We remain distant for a reason. We are forever distant from you. Distant from everything around you. Why? I do not know. But we just remain here in the firmament of space. We will find the answer sometime, somewhere. Just never leave hope. Continue floating through space. You will see a frog
floating in space holding a cigarette. That, my friend, is the true essence of the stoic, patient man. And whenever you find it, my friend, you will see purpose in everything that you do.
Lonely, I'm so lonely. I have nobody for my own.
Lonely, I'm so lonely. I have nobody for my own. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I have returned to Monkey. Return to Monkey. Monkey will give you the answer you seek.
Okay, but what if I'm not into monkeys and I'm into space aliens or Kermit the Frog?
Well, and I shall manifest to you as Kermit the Frog, and I shall give you a piece of my mind. Here, have this fragment of my mind in a physical form of green felt.
Dude, what the fuck? I did not expect you to offer your entire body and soul, like you're kind of like some kind of martyr or something. Jeez, I've heard this somewhere before, but I hope we never get back to that.
Yeah, it's okay. Don't mention it. Don't mention it. It's fine. Like I'm just a frog in space. What the fuck you want me to say to you? You think that I'm the fountain of wisdom? Or the shit that even means? I'm not the fountain of wisdom, I'm just a felt frog! Now get out there! Get the fuck out of my room, dude! Get out there! I'm playing Minecraft! Minecraft is the essence of the waiting man. As he shall become Buddha when he finds the ultimate Minecraft speedrunning strategy.
Okay, so so you're telling me that I will find the ultimate wisdom if I find the fastest speedrun on how to beat Minecraft?
Yes! Yes, you will find the answer that you seek there. And you will, whenever you do, open this envelope. It is the sign of our people. It is the true essence of our people. So please, if you may, proceed.
Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna open the fucking... Oh, okay, so Kermit the Frog wanted me to just waste my time. Okay, fuck you, Kermit the Frog. Great! God! That's always the case. Man. Hope. Where's my hope? Where is my hope? Where is my hope? Where is my hope? Gentlemen of the space era, where's my hope? Or are you trying to taint me again? Are you gonna be the wise man and say some naughty things or something into my ear like an ASM artist with a nice tongue?
I do not know. I do not know what you speak of. Oh, my fucking God. Yes, that is correct. That is great.
I'm gonna wrap it up here in 10 minutes probably, but yeah. Yeah. One day you will find whatever you seek. One day the sun will shine bright in the window. One day that sky will be deep blue, filled with stars, filled with wonder, filled with magic. Just remain still and continue on your journey. Keep floating, my friend. Keep floating in the ocean. Yes. 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 Blah, 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 blah.
Technology recharge. Technology recharge.
Oh wait, I need to get rid. Oh, my space station. I forgot. That's why I returned. That's literally why I returned. Okay, give me a sec. Oh fuck. Okay, yeah. Driving my car after a beer, I park myself into this shit gear. I don't know what I am to do other than scream in the void. Bum 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 bum. Okay. Okay, yeah, well, what was I gonna do here? I was going to do something here. I don't remember exactly what. Oh, yeah, that's right. I remember now. Okay, let's do that as well. Favorites. Ballet point. Yeah, that's the thing. Mort! I have turned into a pickle! Okay. Expedite lab repairs. What the fuck, are we under attack again? the shit? Okay. Minotaur, fuck you. Okay. Okay. Can I,
Technology recharge.
Can I recharge my shield? Thanks.
Technology recharge.
God damn it. Oh, fuck, okay. I may not have gone where I intended to go, but I think I have ended up where I needed to be. Okay. Fuck off, dude! Okay, well. Ouch! Okay, yeah. You're brave. Okay, yeah, sure. Okay, cool. God fucking damn it. Okay. Oh. Organic catalyst. Okay, cool. So we have upgraded shit. We have died. And I'm hungry. So yeah. I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. Been a chill Sunday all together. And yeah, I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Maybe I'll just find peace today. And that's just a temporary thing. Maybe I'll find peace today. Maybe I'll find peace today. As the only thing that I have found today. Yes. God, I'm gonna scratch my balls whenever this, yeah, whatever, yeah. What the shit is this shit? 2 ships for the price of 1. Landed pilot. Okay. Okay, what do we got? 4 million. I can buy it, kind of. Hyperdrive, maneuverability. B class. Shuttle. My productivity is not that bad, actually. Okay, cool. So, what do now? Oh yeah, I remember now. Okay,
Navigational data received.
What the shit is happening? Is that water? I think it is. Okay. Access logs. Imposter, okay, voice of the hive. As we swarm with void dragons, robotic life forms would delight our presence, but organics would shoot us from the sky. But we had no fear of death. We knew we had never been alive. Okay. Extract weapon technology. Perfect weapon blaster. Unstable. Dude, wait, what? Damage potential 300, scanner range something something. Okay. Shut down. Okay. Lock off. Multi-tool. Fuel efficiency.
Repaired.
Okay.
Technology repaired. Repaired. Technology repaired. Repaired. Technology repaired.
Okay. Mining beam, coil. For the mining beam.
Technology installed. Repaired. Technology repaired.
It's exactly the same damage potential. Interesting. Okay, hopefully disabling this will enable, like, I don't fucking know. Reach the marked facility. Wait, what? Alright, what is this, actually? accept. Ouch. Okay, let's go back home. Uh... Okay, that's the one. Cool. The bee. The beekeeper. Nice.
I'm gonna go eat dinner, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat dinner. You know? Tomorrow, we will play League of Legends, most likely. Hopefully, my mind is ready for it. Hopefully, my mind is ready for it. Expect the unexpected, basically. Yeah, basically, yeah. In its own regard, yeah. Oh yeah, Persona 3, that's right. Maybe next week I'll continue Persona 3 a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, probably we can do that. A little bit of variation would have hurt. Yep. A little bit of variation will never hurt in its own regard, basically. But yeah, tomorrow most likely League of Legends. We can do that. We can totally do that. Yep. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one. I'm gonna try to sleep today. Hopefully. Hopefully, my sleep schedule goes back to normal. Thumbs up. See ya tomorrow. Goodbye.